It's fun.
No worries. Hi, we're live. Hi, Bonnie. How are you? Actually, Charlie, I was using a new laptop. Newish, new to me, yesterday when I was on the Word Stitch. I guested on the Word Stitch. And now I'm back on this one because I need to do all the things with the new one. Hi, CB. How are you? Excuse me.
I thought about signing up to do stuff with them, but nothing against them. I really enjoy watching them. I just don't know how my personality and Chloe's would like. We're both very big personality people, and I don't know how well that would work together. I don't know, and I didn't want to be an accidental problem.
Hey, Bonnie, I attempted to film a Vlogmas video. I don't know if it'll work. I'll take a look at it later.
I thought about doing Vlogmas, and then I went like, "That's filming every day." No, maybe.
Yeah, I know. I attempted it a couple years ago, actually, and it was. I think I did 2 or 3. Didn't really work.
They definitely wouldn't be vlogs, and they definitely would not be edited. That's all I'm going to say. Is if I do decide to do it, because who knows, I might take a sprint and record a very quick Vlogmas video. But
and just say happy Vlogmas and what you do, and then that's it. You know,
happy Vlogmas. Bye.
Something like that. It'd be a vlog. All I gotta do is say what you're working on, pretty much.
Yeah.
What's going on with you? And Kat's here. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. It's challenging to do, vlog style stuff.
Yes.
But I end up doing it on the other channel, about every 2 weeks approximately. So it's time consuming to edit videos.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
It takes way too long, and I don't have the Adobe Spark membership that I used to have, and that's what I did most of my videos on. And so I'm basically having to relearn how to do all video right now because they're not software I don't have access to. Smart.
I just use the stuff that's on my phone because all I've got is my phone, so it works for now.
Well, they did this really brilliant thing where they're like, "Hey, 2 months free. Want to try it?" I was like, 2 months free? I love free.
Free is good.
And then, the 2 months were over. They're like, "Money, please." Money? And I went, "That's the thing I don't have."
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah. Bye. See ya. CB says, okay, but tired. New laptop this month, I hope. Oh, cool. Yeah. If I did, I'd probably wouldn't edit or do a very light thing at the end or something. Hey, we didn't do yet. Intros. Would you like to do an intro since you're my guest?
Sure. Hello, everyone. My name is Charlie. I do streams and such over on my channel, and I got permission from Miss Austin K to start doing the prompt on there, and I'm very excited and completely broken because it's like, oh crap, now I have to come up with prompts.
Oh, okay.
because Miss Austin may not be doing sprint streams anymore. So yeah, because that was the big announcement last night that she made. That might be her last writing sprint stream, and I like cried for a while because I need.
Those are awesome.
Yes, like, you're my oasis in the week. Anyway, so she gave me permission to do her prompt thing at the end of mine, so I'm going to start doing that. I might start doing Vlogmas. Who knows? Like, I'm really tempted to do that because that means I don't have to start my world building. I can do that instead. So, distraction.
Yeah.
I also do a bunch of podcasts. I'm currently looking for. I'm not looking for. I am setting up what the topic list is for the next season of my writing podcast. So, if you have any writing or world building questions that you would like to make sure I answer in the upcoming season of that show, send them to me and let me know. You can find links to all my podcasts and how to get in touch with me over at projectshadow.com.
And I am Heather Dewey Pettit, and I am a writer, editor, and artist. As a writer, I started freelancing about 20 years ago, and let's see, and but currently, well, I do some blogging and I do a couple other things, but I do. I am working on my first book, which is a young adult fantasy. There we go. Using Celtic mythology and themes. And as an editor, I'm a freelance line editor, copy editor, proofreader, and also sensitivity reader, by the way. And as an artist, I recently started my first Etsy shop a few weeks ago, and I've already had some sales, so I'm very happy with that. Yay!
Yay!
Now, when shall we do our first sprint?
Why not? I need to go get my tea because I forgot to get it.
Oops. So. I haven't made any yet. I want to because it's cold everywhere, even in sunny Florida.
Oh, and it's so cold here. It's been in the 30s all day today.
All day. Wow. See, I don't think it got out. I don't think it got more than 58 at the most. And it was really breezy. Don't be in the shade and in the breeze when it's for 20 minutes talking to a neighbor, because I was like, at the end, I was like, it was freezing.
And I don't know what happened back here, but like I've got a little space heater because the central heat does not really make it into the office at all, my office at all. And I need to check it too because it suddenly like got cold back here, and I don't understand that. I need to make sure my space heater is still working.
For sure. Let's see. Do we want like a warm-up timer, like say 15, or we just want to get into it?
I don't know. I got spoiled because last night Austin actually did a 45, but I know that's too much for most people. So I'm not saying. I'm just, I like the longer ones, but I know my brain has not been working. I don't know how well everybody else's is. So a 15 might be a good place to start. Maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Let me look at the chat before I do anything. I don't see anything currently. Anything yet? Just give it a second.
I see Bonnie give a thumbs up. Ooh, and CB's replanting Bed of Roses.
Cool.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll take that as a yes, Bonnie. So, Oh yes, let's do this before we do anything else. I am. Come on. Now you're being slow. There we go. Share the screen.
Hope everything's all right, Bonnie.
I was just gonna say that because I noticed it and I'm like doing all the things at once. I don't have a mouse right now, so pardon the probably really loud clicking. Using the trackpad and clicking like that. Okay. Okay.
I will say, if it's an emotional thing, watch One Topic's latest video or any video from One Topic, and just one topic at a time's YouTube channel. You'll feel better because he's funny. He's really, really funny, and hopefully as innocent as he pretends to be.
One topic.
Yeah, One Topic at a Time is like one of my favorite YouTube channels. I watch it way too much.
Hey, Charlie, do you feel like doing a countdown?
I can do that.
Okay.
I don't know how many people have been working today, but if you have, make sure that you're saving, make sure that you're backing stuff up. Remember, today is the second day of World Ember, so there's still time to jump in. 10,000 words of world building in 1 month, and there are prizes. So definitely check that out if that's a thing that you might be interested in at worldanvil.com/worldember, because that's kind of what I want to be working on today. Make sure that you're hydrating. Make sure that you are doing your stretches, especially like for me. I don't know if you heard the popping. I need that shloop. That shloop is so like powerful for my wrist. All right. We are going to get something done. It doesn't have to be writing. Could be writing. Could be art. Could be just setting your desk up so that you're ready for the day. We're going to do something productive in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go.
Okay. How did everybody do? What did everybody do? I started to clean off my my art desk over here, and I pulled some things out to do some die cutting. What did you do, Charlie?
Okay, I swear it was for productive purposes, but I may have been playing on Canva to see if I could create a template that I might want to use to do Vlogmas videos, because if I have a template for the thumbnails, then that means that I can make thumbnails really easily. And since we'd be doing a video every day, being able to make quick and easy thumbnails would be a very important thing to do. So I started playing around with it, kind of, because it was totally not a distraction from getting other things done.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Oh, and I grabbed my tea. Tonight, it's a vanilla bomb, which I absolutely love. And I cheated, and may get a little bit hyper because it actually has a cinnamon chai tea bag thrown into it. So it's all cinnamon vanilla goodness.
That sounds really good, because I love using vanilla almond milk when I make chai. Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah, I cheated, and we get this Dreamery creamer, which basically tastes kind of like melted vanilla ice cream. And I may have put that in the cup too.
Oops.
So it's like super vanilla cinnamon. I am living for it right now.
Oh my.
And still wondering why my light won't work.
Very yummy and very sweet.
Very good. But I may get hyper because I usually don't have black tea this late in the evening.
Yeah.
Bonnie, this one's for you.
Love that. Looks like Bonnie was doing some handwriting and is going to start using Romancing the Beat.
That is such a good book. It is such a good book.
That's right. You were reading that, weren't you?
Yeah. So I have been working on my vampire story, and I've been using it to help plot it out. And several of the other stories that I have that have like romantic subplots, I have been using it to re-outline those so that I have notes to go back in and do rewrites, because the romance never felt quite right, and that book is really good at showing like the mechanism by which to make it work. And yeah, like I can see where I got close to the beats, because like I read a lot of romance novels, like I kind of like intuited a lot of it. But now that I know, like, oh, that's why it didn't feel quite right, because I didn't have the high highs here and the low lows there, and like the balance was off. That's what's wrong.
Okay.
And so, and it's a short book that gets right to the point. I really, if you do, even if it's just a subplot in your story, I highly recommend it. It's a very good book.
Cool. And that is good for a lot of people to know. Eva came in. Hello. Eva. What is going on? She was wrapping up bedtime routine. This was just before we started to sprint. And StreamYard really jumped.
Everybody take a shot. Drink. StreamYard jumped.
Yeah. Let's see. And I love coffee ice cream. Whenever I do eat real dairy ice cream, that's one of my favorites, actually. It puts me right up, especially if it does actually have coffee in it.
You know, Kat, you've just been making me jealous all day with like the mints and now the coffee ice cream. Oh wait, I have pie. I'm fine.
Oh.
We still have
Yeah.
pie.
I did not bake today or yesterday, but I have made that cornbread twice. Not once, but twice.
It's good, isn't it?
Because it was so good.
And
And
it's so easy.
It was so easy. I love recipes like that. The first time I made it, I only used a couple tablespoons of oil, and it was really good. And then I made it with the required amount of oil, and that was like melt in your mouth. I was like, oh my God. So
It's
sometimes
really
I cut
good.
back a little bit on the oil, but
And it doesn't go stale easy, which is really nice because we make it like once a week or so, and then like heat it up throughout the week.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah,
you know it's good cornbread when you forget to put butter on it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Exactly. When it doesn't need it, you know.
Yeah. I'm glad you liked it.
Yes, I did. That was really great. Yeah, we wrapped up the last three last night with some homemade turkey noodle soup, of course.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Bonnie liked your tea. Charlie.
It's magic. I make these every now and then. They're my spoiler teas. I call them vanilla bombs because it's like so vanilla. It is so vanilla. Like it just aggressively jumps into your face and goes, "Hi, vanilla!" But I loves it. Loves it so much.
CB, we did her outline. Feels like 11, Kat.
I kind of agree. I feel like it feels a lot later than it actually is. But then again, it was already dark here because of the clouds by like 4 today.
Wow, it was cloudy.
Yeah.
Yeah. When it went through Florida, everything got so well. For a while there, yesterday it still was a little bit cloudy, but then today it was just like bone dry, not a cloud in the sky, and it was like it hit us hard, that cold front. Oh, holy cow! And yeah, it's predicting 39 in the morning for my area, for my local area. So I'm like, we're another layer.
Bonnie, if you want to try the cornbread, I saw you said cornbread yum in the chat. The recipe is in the food channel on my Discord. So I put the recipe in there too.
So good.
Other people were asking about it, so I put it in there. And I even put in the gluten-free substitutions. So if you need it to be gluten-free, I put in the what to substitute to make it gluten-free.
Yeah. And pretty much with most recipes like that, the swapping out is super easy and it's not going to affect anything.
Yeah, we played around with it a lot and found that using chickpea flour is the best for it. It actually it makes it taste more corn. Like it actually brings the flavor out. But it's also a slightly different proportion of the chickpea flour to cornmeal. But I put the substitutions in case anybody needed that because I know some people are gluten intolerant. But it is so good. Because when the hubby was worried that he was gluten intolerant, that was like the first thing that we had to do was figure out, okay, how do we continue making cornbread?
Yeah, I understand because I was, it was one of the first things I learned how to do when we went gluten free for a little while here. So I made a lot of it. And CB was talking about things she was working on. Movie scene. I don't remember that character.
Obadiah Stane, the villain in the first movie.
Oh, okay.
Ironmonger. Is that Jeff Bridges?
Oh, Jeff Bridges. Okay.
Yeah, because it's not Bo. It's Jeff.
Christine Everhart. Yeah.
Christine Everhart was the reporter in that movie.
Okay. I know the name, but the face is not coming to me. I know that name. Love your plot line, CB. Yeah, I was asking about cornbread. Yeah, every once in a while I'll have real ice cream, CB, but then I usually regret it because I'll cough for an hour. So whatever. That's right.
I live in fear of becoming lactose intolerant because my grandmother developed lactose intolerance over the years. And I live in fear because dairy is like all that I care about in the world. Like I could give up all other food other than dairy products and I would be fine.
So, let's see. Yeah, I did attempt to make a dye for my Caper mermaids, but yeah, I didn't. She wasn't lined up very well, so it didn't come out that great. But I might make some use out of the body. Then you just peel it away.
That's really cool.
Go through the. I have a little bit of a small die cutting machine here.
Nice.
The die to cut, and some of them are very intricate, and some of them are not. But this is from an intricate die. And to me, this mermaid looks like she's made out of coral. So,
she kind of does.
Mixed media panels that are on my Etsy site.
That would be really neat to do, make it look like water behind it, and then paint it like a coral reef. Like that would be really cool, and then be like a full coral mermaid. That would be so cool.
One that I did is very. It's a really simple mixed media, but but basically I did that, but it's because it was such a small canvas. It's a 4x4 that I kind of kept it really simple, but the whole thing is covered in coral colored gouache paint, and dotted on, and I built layers, and it's anyway, it's in my Etsy shop, and the parts that come, the extra parts that come out of the die, I used for decorating the corners, and the whole thing is looks like coral, the color that that pinky coral color.
Yep. That's cool. If I get a weird look on my face periodically, apparently my internal monologue has added a Jules who yells at me periodically going, posture check! Because I'm really bad at the posture lately. And so I've noticed, like, I just saw myself do it where suddenly I was like, oh. I bet that looks cool.
I have to remember that too. Because I have scoliosis, so I have to make sure that I do that. Yeah, I probably do still have my spring banner up, but sorry, I got busy. All right. By the way, Bonnie, I like your new name. Cool.
Hello, Nikki.
Yeah. Hi, Nikki.
Hello, Maggie. I haven't seen you all day.
I was thinking about Maggie today. Who? Yeah. Going gluten-free, it's easier than it used to be. When I tried to do that, like 10 years ago, it was a lot harder. Don't worry, CB. Okay. It's a Vanity Fair girl. Okay. So, Shutter. Nikki. And hi, Maggie. Oh, my mermaid. Yeah, thank you very much. I have a few more dies. I don't have a whole lot, but I also have like a couple simple shapes, and I have like one that's for making tags that can be used for a variety of things. Hey, Nikki, don't worry about that. That is not by much.
No, it's not. And you got a lot done. And Bonnie, I don't even remember last Thursday. Like, I was trying to remember if we all hung out last Thursday, and I was so sick, I don't even remember
Last
Thursday.
So I didn't even go live last Thursday.
So I don't even know what happened. Like the last couple of weeks, I've not really.
I was so busy and just having fun with my guys and doing things. And I agree with Kat and Eva.
Because look, I've had years where I wrote like several books in a year, and I've had years where I did absolutely nothing. It's all part of the process. You have to write at your pace. You'll learn what your pace is, and you'll learn to just go with it.
Hi, BC. Just getting something. Let me just take this off for a second.
Yeah, I would not be stressing over getting 34,000 words written. 34,000 words is huge. You did amazing.
Exactly.
You actually wrote more than I did in the last couple months because I've been doing a lot of like side work and other stuff. But don't be so hard on yourself.
Exactly. No problem. So wait, what? Oh, wait. It jumped. That wasn't what I was aiming for. It just popped weird. Up. Said you were?
That's happened to me a couple times where I've gotten messaged from people where they said, YouTube said you're streaming right now, but I can't find the stream. Can you send me a link? And I'm like sitting in the living room watching TV going, I did what now? And it was just a weird glitch. I don't know if that's exactly what happened to you, but I've had that happen a couple times, and I don't know what causes it. Where, the little indicator over on the side that says who's streaming would say that I was streaming when I wasn't.
That's weird. I was starting to read Maggie's comment. What does that mean exactly? Your grumpy goat editor ate your nano days. What does that mean? I must have missed something.
All I know is I've got a grumpy goat that lives on the inside of me. His name's Bob. I don't like him. We yell at each other a lot.
It showed us live, but it was a fuzzy screen.
So like there was actually a page there.
Oh, that's odd.
That's really weird.
You were still at work, BC.
Oh,
That is weird.
that's really weird.
By the way, Maggie, I know I've got a project to work on. And I am going to work. That is going to be my main focus tomorrow. Is reading something of hers. That will be my main focus tomorrow. I'm going to get that to you this week. Okay. Anyway, the thing that I'm doing. It is your inner editor. Okay. I wasn't quite.
It's very good to give them names. I highly recommend this because then you're not yelling at yourself. Like, this is a technique that I learned from crap, I just lost her name. She wrote Eat, Pray, Love.
Oh, uh-huh.
In her book Big Magic, which is, I highly recommend. It's just a fun read. One of the things that she talks about is externalizing a lot of these things, so we're not beating ourselves up. Like, we externalize the idea and pretend that a muse helps us be creative, and we externalize our inner editor and critic so that we're not beating ourselves up. We project them into imaginary characters that we can have dialogue with, that we can yell at, and it keeps us from beating ourselves up, because we as writers have a wonderful, wonderful gift for beating ourselves up. And that doesn't help anybody at all. And I thought that was brilliant.
Mm-hmm. I like that. Excuse me as I take my sweatshirt thing off.
Immediately created a Greek chorus of itty bitty things around me. It's actually an active imagination technique, Bonnie.
Okay. I like that. I like that a lot.
I start cutting out, my internet is getting weird.
Since September, that's good.
Yeah, I'm currently getting 1/6 of the downloads.
Wow.
So everything started spinning over here for a second. My internet has been going in and out all day. So start behaving.
Jack is a good name. I'm just having a moment. Sorry.
But like I was saying before everything went screwy over here, it's an active imagination technique where you simply like you don't, it's not a separate entity. You're not like making yourself crazy. You just project it outside of yourself and you imagine it. and have the conversation with the imaginary character. Like a lot of people actually do with their own characters when they do character interviews, when they're trying to figure out who and what a character is. That's also an active imagination technique that helps a lot with creativity.
That's cool.
And it's very effective because I know I can be very self-destructive in my critiques of myself. Like I'm very, very harsh on myself. And
I can relate. I'm a copy editor.
Yeah, by putting that psychological buffer in there, when I realize I'm starting to do that, instead of yelling at myself for being hard on myself, which kind of doubles down, it's actually kind of helpful to project that outside and be like, Bob, just shut up. And then you're not exacerbating your problems, but in starting to spiral down. Yeah, it's very handy with characters, especially if it's a character you don't know very well. Imagine you're sitting across from them and start asking them questions. It's very, very helpful.
Cool. It's interesting. It's interesting, even. What's that? Yeah. Yeah. Actually, I've always done that. Daydreaming.
Daydreaming is a very good technique to learn, especially as a writer, because you can learn to put yourself into that daydream place. And it's a good thing to do when you're like, I don't know what I should be doing right now. Because a lot of ideas can flow there.
That's very true. Well, let's see here. It is getting to be almost 8 o'clock, and we've done one sprint, and I'm remembering to sit up straight. Look at that. 4. Why don't I set us up another sprint? Let's see.
I'm thinking 25.
That would be fine. Let's do that. So again, sorry if I do stutter every once in a while, folks. It's a thing.
I had an extremely pronounced stutter for years.
Mine was really bad when I was in high school.
Shortly after high school, when I moved out on my own. Kat, you're living my best life. I just feel like I need to say this.
You're making double sauced meatloaf and scalloped potatoes from scratch. Oh, that sounds like my childhood right there.
So glad the hubby is not home right now, because he made this gigantic, and I mean gigantic, Thanksgiving dinner that is all inside of our fridge. And then he came home last night and was like, you know what we need? Ham. And so he made a giant ham. So we have like a giant turkey, a giant ham, and like all of the Thanksgiving fixings. He does not need any more ideas right now. So I'm glad he wasn't here for that, because I could see him going, meatloaf would be wonderful.
Yeah, good thing I've already eaten something. Oh, guess what? Leftover turkey noodle soup. And I was like, Darn, there's no more cornbread. Nikki. Okay. Look at that for a second. Yeah, Kat and people who are making all kinds of awesome food.
You're living my best life right now.
Thank you, Bonnie. Hey, Chloe, do you want to count us down again, or would you like me to?
You can if you want to, but if you want me to, I could do it.
Let's take turns.
Cat,
I'll say.
cat. Yes. Ooh.
Oh my God.
How do I trick the hubby into bringing home a slab of smoked Gouda? Because if you've never put some smoked Gouda in a ham and potato cheese soup,
Oh,
you just made my mouth water.
oh, good. See, and I'm trying to feed dairy. Okay. All right. Back on track. Let's see. What could I say? I don't have anything planned, but I could say, if you haven't yet today, save your work. Maybe do a little stretch. And when we get started, you can walk around if you need to. You could say that. But we're going to get started here on this sprint. Get this. Yeah, I can't talk right now. Whatever. Let's start this sprint. In 3, 2, 1. Sprint.
Hello, how is everybody doing? I did an oopsie doodle. I think that's my new favorite word. And I did an oopsie doodle. So Heather is having a bit of an issue with her mouse right now. There we go.
I did
figured
it.
It wasn't letting you unmute.
My mouse is just not working.
Oh, I hate it when that happens.
The heck? I don't know. Maybe a slight battery problem? I don't know. Let's use that for a bit. Now I'm like, have I been leaving it on every night and forgetting about turning it off? Because it's Bluetooth.
Bluetooth can do weird things sometimes.
Maybe it might. It's getting pretty old. This is, I don't know, a good few years old now. I loved it. No, don't die. Don't die yet.
It could be the battery. It could also just need to be repaired because sometimes you have to unpair and pair again.
And get that sound. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So during that sprint, I may have filmed a Vlogmas video.
Okay, cool.
And then I didn't realize, and I'm not going to fix it. So apparently I forgot to set it up so that it pulled from my good mic and it pulled from my laptop mic instead. So the audio, I sound like I'm kind of in a tin can, but I'm like, I'm going to be making 25 of these. So I'm not going to be so particular. I would just have to be more careful next time. So the audio is kind of crap, but you can hear me. I just sound like I'm inside of a tin can. But I'm going to try to do Vlogmas because I need to get back into making videos. And this sounds like a stupid way to make myself do that.
Well, it might give you a little push or something, or practice.
Well, I used to do the daily podcast, and I kind of miss doing that. So this might help me figure out what I'm doing next year. Am I going back to a daily schedule for that or what? I feel like it's a decent thing to do. I am going to do a wee bit of editing on the video, but not like a lot. And it's mainly because I coughed at least once in the middle of the video because of course I did.
Yeah. Sorry for the sound.
Actually, I'm kind of all right with that because it was perfectly timed for emphasis. It's exactly the right emphasis on the proper syllable. Of course, everything was crazy. My crazy brain, so crazy. My voice comes through twice.
Oh boy, I did a lot of things during that. I did a mom thing. I snuck a little bit of turkey and made myself some hot chocolate. Oh, look at this Florida-ish Christmas mug.
That's awesome. That's really cool. I like it.
I have to show Lisa Daly that. She'll get a kick out of it.
Yeah.
She likes beachy stuff.
I like it.
And look for a page in my art journal. Pretty much. And so that I want to, and started to pull it out. Because I'm going to take this page of watercolor and do what I did with the other. Because see, that is a very coral pink color.
Yeah, it is.
And what my plan was to take this and then cut it down and then use it with that with that mermaid dye. So
My mother would love that. That's like her favorite color in the world. And it is so hard to find things in that color.
Mm-hmm. And unless it becomes a trend for a little while, and you'll see it, and then it'll go away.
I don't actually have
It'll go away for like 10 years. I used to love it when I was a teenager in high school.
Sorry, I just saw Kat ask if I had any Baby Yodas, and I just had a shocking moment of, no, I do not. I have a bunch of Yodas, and somehow I have not bought any Grogu's, and I kind of want some. Everyone thinks this one's a Baby Yoda, but it's just a Yoda that's like all cutesy.
It's a it's a regular Yoda.
It's just a regular Yoda. It's one of the Hallmark Yodas, but I don't actually have any Baby Yodas. I need to fix this.
Very nice, Bonnie. Thank you. Kat says, but use that ham. Make some ham and potato soup. I agree. Ooh, and with white beans. I grew up on that too. Okay, so I did see this earlier, Maggie, about your love-hate of Grammarly. Grammarly drives me crazy. It doesn't like commas that could go in a sentence. It drives me nuts. But I have it. I have free Grammarly. I don't pay for the better one because I'd rather spend my money in other places.
That's why I use Pro Writing Aids. I think the free version. I don't know. I lucked out. Like, I started using them a long time ago, and they had like really inexpensive lifetime memberships when they first launched, and I snagged one of those and was so shocked because they only made like, I think it was like 12 available. And like, I quickly like put in my credit card. I was like, yes, never have to pay again. Yes.
There you go.
So I don't know if they have how much it is or what they offer in their free, but I like that.
Right now. And I don't want to use the bandwidth on my laptop, but
I can look it up. Just a second.
Yeah, would you? Thank you. That's something I want to look up for myself. Excuse me. And then what editors use, sometimes they use Pro Writing Aid, but a lot of copy editors and proofreaders use Perfected, which is basically, I took a short crash course a few weeks back when I was attending an editing seminar, and I don't remember a whole lot, but it's essentially macros. So I'm very slowly learning how to do macros. And which is essentially...
Okay, so first off, they're still having the Black Friday sale, 50% off at Pro Writing Aid.
Oh.
So that's the first thing that I see when I go here.
Oh, that's great.
So for the next 48 hours, it's 50% off. Just so you know. I see. Oh, they're still offering lifetimes. That's more than I paid for mine, but they're still offering lifetimes.
Oh, that's cool.
So I don't see if they have. I see a monthly, a yearly, and a lifetime. I don't see a. I don't see. I know they have a try it for free. So you can.
Yes, they do. I do remember that they do.
Don't know if they have a free tier.
How much? And they do a yearly, right?
Yes.
It's yearly.
So it's $59 right now because it's with the discount. It's $59.25 a year. So that's $5 a month. Well, $4.94 a month is what it works out to, which It's not bad. I really like perennial.
That's not bad.
Yeah, or it's currently $20 a month if you don't use their 50% off coupon.
Okay.
But with the, I don't know if it's just going to be the first month, but that's $10 for a month if you use the coupon. But I really like them. I've enjoyed them for a long time. I like I really like the reports that they have. I love their consistency checker, which makes sure like I'm really bad at like spelling gray with an E and an A in the same thing.
Oh, whoops.
Or
Yeah, that
I
would
read a lot of stuff from England, and so I have a lot of English spellings sneak in occasionally, and it points out when you do that. It also checks your capitalization and make sure that you're consistent with that. And I really like that because
that's a good thing.
sometimes you decide, oh, this thing's always going to be capitalized, and you forget to do it. It's
Right.
really, I really like that one. There's a lot of things
that would be really beneficial because those are a lot of those things are things that Word will not pick up on.
But
and yeah.
And to answer Nat's question, Kat, money. That's why I don't have any baby Yodas right now. Money. And I put into the chat for anybody who's doing this. I saw that Kat just started a new world over at World Anvil. For anybody who's taking part in World Ember, which is going on right now, which is the challenge to write 10,000 words of world building in the month of December, I put in the link to the prompts that they did for summer camp 2018 and 2019. I don't have a link to the 2020 link, 2020 list, but I think if you just go to summer camp 2020, I think they're still up. That way, if you need some help figuring out what to write, there's a lot of good world building prompts for you. And I highly recommend you to do random world building occasionally because you can learn a lot from like a silly thing like how do they celebrate their birthdays? Like it's something you might not think about when you're doing it, but you will learn a lot about a culture or a group through little simple questions like that. But because my current thing is okay, so I'm just gonna put this out there for the world and you can like tell me your thoughts. This is my journal for the what was supposed to be a lit RPG setting that I was working on. But I liked it so much I kind of want it to just be an epic fantasy story. Because I kind of like the species and everything in it so much. I don't know what to do. So I'm going to continue developing it as the game world that it is, which would just be developing it as an epic fantasy world and see where I go with it. But I kind of just want it to be an epic fantasy instead of a lit RPG now.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. I
After
really
all
like
that work.
It's so silly. I like it. Oh, I don't know what to do.
Well, shiny new idea.
Hello, Chandra.
Idea, Kat. Made a new public world. And come on, work. And maybe the mouse isn't working again. It was working and now it's not working. Anyway, annually. But it'll be really loud, funky keys hitting. Oh well. But Bonnie got 126 words in. Maggie finished dinner. And what is that? I can't see it. Come on. Thunk, thunk. Now move. There we go. Finished dinner, served the family, gave the baby goats their bottle. Oh my God, that sounds so cute.
I love goats.
Goats are cute.
Goats are like the most useful animal in the world, and they're so cute, and I love them, and they're evil, and they're nasty, and I love them, and they're like almost better than guard dogs, and I love them. Well, depending on what you're wanting to be guarded from, but Grandpa always used them to keep the solicitors off of his lawn because they would like.
Oops. Anvil. Boy, every time you talk about World Anvil and how it's beneficial, I'm like, oh, that sounds like a really good idea.
They do have a free tier, which has all of the things that you need to do. All the basic tools are there for free.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I really enjoy their stuff like a lot. And I'm really excited for World Ember this year. And I'm procrastinating because I don't know what project I want to start working on. I'm having LaRyMo curly syndrome. Like I have so much I want to do that I don't know where I want to start, and it's like paralyzing.
Yeah, I can relate.
I think I'm going to play around more.
Okay.
It's going to be Purple Journal. I think this one's going to win.
Bonnie says a pretty nice prompts.
Yeah, there's some good ones. The ones for this year were really, really good too. But I think it was 2019 where one of the prompts is write a song. And I love that one. I love that one so much because I just write a poem that would be the lyrics to the song because I'm a big Tolkien fan. And if you've never actually read Tolkien, like you can't go 5 pages in Lord of the Rings without somebody breaking out in song. Like Lord of the Rings is secretly a musical. It's just nobody's made it that way.
Well, yeah, it was kind of that way in the HP universe. Oh, they just didn't do it in the movies.
Yeah.
The Sorting Hat had a song.
There's so many songs in the Lord of the Rings book.
Yeah, yes, that's true.
And I still haven't forgiven the movie for Gimli, but that's okay. Gimli is the sweetest, most poetic, beautiful soul in the books. And they turned him into a gruff, stereotypical dwarf in the movies. And no, Gimli like starts reciting poetry the moment he sees Galadriel because he falls in love with her. Like absolutely head over heels in love with her and like speaks to her almost exclusively in verse.
It's been a while since I read it. Since I read The Fellowship Ring.
When she offers to give them one thing, anything that they want, and he asks simply for a lock of her hair that he might have something to remember the absolute perfection that she is. And I'm just like, Gimli, you're so
wow.
Like I love you. Like everybody else is like armor, weapons, super magic light in a bottle. And he's just like, I just need a lock of your hair because if I can remember your stunning beauty, then I can endure anything. And I'm just like, Gimli, you the man. You the man, Gimli.
Very cool. Oh, yes, welcome back. It is 8:49. Do we want to do one more sprint?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that. Now I'll have to bring that tab back because I was having trouble with that earlier. Let's see. I liked the Google, the thing they did for the 1st of December. It's very cute. The doodle, yeah, the bird and the lights. Very cute. I like a lot of their stuff. A lot of that stuff is very cute. And the little games they do for certain holidays. They did one for Halloween, and kids started doing that with me. So that was cool. How about, let's see, 15 or 20, Charlie? You want to choose?
If we could do 20, that would be really cool, but that's up to you.
Let's go ahead and do 20. Let's see if it's okay.
Alrighty. Yeah, I thought the challenge was still up. Thank you, Kat.
Oh.
Kat put up the 2020 summer camp prompts.
I see that.
And if you haven't been on World Anvil in a while, if you go to your dashboard, Demetrius set it up so that there's a prompt in the top right-hand corner of your screen now. And if you don't like it, you can just click at the bottom, give me a different one, and just cycle through until you find a prompt that you like. So if you need help getting started on your world building, they've really made that really, really easy and really cool.
So I'm just kind of still going back and forth between using my mouse and using my. There. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Okay. Okay then. Let's see here. One last thing, and then we'll do this sprint. Come on, banners. Nope. No mouse.
I know mine have not been wanting to come up lately either. I don't know what it is.
Or is it just my internet, or is it just all the? I don't know.
I don't know. I had a problem with that the other day. There it is.
Awesome.
I just thought I would say something in case it wasn't showing it to you or something, because StreamYard's been weird.
I don't know if it's StreamYard or what. I have no idea.
I pay for you. Pay too much for you.
What's that? That's the baby. Okay. Hey, Charlie, would you like to count us down?
Sure. I am going to be working on getting my first Vlogmas video done, which is totally not a mistake and a thing that I should have done, I guess. I don't know what you're going to be doing, but remember, productivity does not always come in the form of word count. Sometimes it's a picture that you want to draw. Sometimes it's staring blankly at a wall to let an idea marinate in your head. Sometimes one of the most productive things that you can do, and I know this for a fact, is play a video game so that you completely distract yourself so your unconscious mind lets you actually work through the problem that you're doing. I think we've gotten a little obsessed with productivity in the writing community and have defined it very narrowly into word count. It's not always word count. So do what's best for you and your creativity right now. Okay? Let's get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. Okay. How did everybody do? What did everybody do? Yeah. I worked on on cutting out a mermaid on my watercolor paper. I like how she looks, and I did some other stuff, including looking for a couple of stamps. Hello, Jay. How are you? I cut off her fingers, though. I messed her up. But I really like how she looks otherwise. But I cut off her fingers because she got caught. So I don't know if she's usable or not, but that's okay because there's more to that page. And then, of course, I use the leftover bits because they are, guess what? Coral colored. The leftover bits look like coral. I can attempt to do this. But they're pretty small, so they look. That's what I knocked over. But the original was 4x4 this size, and then I have others. This one is 6x6, which I almost wonder if that would be a good size. But then I would have to put more stuff on. I don't know if I want to be one of those mixed media artists that puts 1,000 bits on their mixed media pieces. I don't know. Debating on that one. You don't look muted, but you must be muted.
That's why you haven't been responding to me. Yes, I muted the mic. I'm good at it.
Oh well.
It's not
That's
like
okay.
I don't do this like all the time. Oh, goodness. No, I was just saying, like, I get what you're saying because I get really kind of tossed up between that whole less is more is more thing and like what is too simple, because I get really, I'm so bad at that because I feel like a lot of the artwork that I do, a lot of like my sketching that I do is way too simple. And then I go and like completely mess it up because I want to just add more. Like, oh, I'll just put something over here and something over here and something over here. And oh, you look like crap now. Okay. You know, like I just, the
There.
The struggle is real.
I was muted. But instead of throwing more things on there, I just added paint to the corners. I didn't add anything else other than a blue one. To match, I thought she was the color of water. So yeah, I don't know. But that's all that's on there. But again, it's only 4 inches square. I don't know. Jay, I'm pretty good. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry for being a dummy about the mic.
Oh, don't worry about that. I don't like the word dummy.
That's like the theme of my day is, oh, that's how I should not be using microphones. Okay. Speaking of which, I finished editing the video. So I have a finished like 6-minute Vlogmas video that I really don't know if I should put up or not, but I'm probably going to do it. So look for that in a little bit, maybe.
5 chapters left of editing. Okay. Fourth and last pass of grammar making. I like that. Speaketh unheard. Okay. So, what, Maggie, what you sent to your beta readers, so that was prior to this edit? I'm just curious.
Are you one of those like savages like myself who generally sends like 0 drafts out to people? Because I tend to do that.
Well, then I would have to sit on my hands to prevent changing of grammar and mechanics related things.
Because of the nature of a lot of the stories I've been doing lately, like the draft that I've been sending out, I'm like, please ignore any like horrific horrors in the like spelling and grammar.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, I need to know if the story, like the structure works, because I don't know if I have to throw all this out, because I've become very critical about like, I guess the right word is plot, like just pacing the events. Like, does any of this make sense? Because that's how I feel like when I get to the end of like every project lately, is just, I did a thing. Does it make sense? Could you please tell me if this makes sense?
That's what I would want to know. And that's that. That's basically what you should be asking at that stage.
Yeah. But it gets kind of like I get
should be
like
asking.
people freaking out, like, because I feel like I should wait until like I've done a couple passes over, but like I'm seriously so close to a lot of the stories that I'm working on. I'm just like, I really like this. It's crap, isn't it? It's just utter crap. I know it's terrible.
I can relate. Hey, yeah, I can relate.
It's just because I think that as writers is one of the hardest things for us to figure out, because especially once you've spent a lot of time working on a story, like you're so familiar with it. Like I have one story that I know the hubby's read and he really liked, and I despise everything about it. And it's not because it's necessarily a bad story. It's because I have been working on that one story for so long that all I can see is like errors that existed 8 drafts ago that aren't even there anymore.
Hey, boy, can I relate to that. I
And
can relate to that completely.
And he's just like, it's fine, it's wonderful, it's great. I'm just like, it's horrible, it's terrible. He's like, but that plot thing that you're complaining about, that's not even in the story anymore. And I'm like, but I can still see it. It's like the ghost of outlining past.
Let's see, where's the guy? Yep. Been there, done that. I was thinking earlier, if I do, where's the die? If I do, like, if I start making bigger panels, where'd it go? If I start making bigger panels, yeah. See, that does mean putting a lot more stuff on, I think.
It really depends on how much open space you want. Like I can,
Right.
it's.
That's quite true. I have a lot of sizes of panels. I discovered half of her head count was being
I
supposed
feel
to
that,
be.
Maggie. I feel that so hard. Like it's no joke, that whole thing of like art is never finished. It just escapes.
And you just say, "Oh, forget it. It's good enough.
It's fine.
It is what it is." Right? Exactly. It's fine.
It's
Exactly.
fine.
I mean, I had to make myself submit things because I was on deadline.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I feel
Journalism thing. Oh my god. Yeah. You know, if I was on a deadline, I was on a deadline, and I was just okay. It's good enough. It's clean enough. But once they stopped really editing my stuff so much, I was like, I got to do that again. I got to do that again. So you know, I tried my darndest. I was like, I'm bound and determined for them to not really change anything. So I submitted. I was, you know, eventually I was able to submit things that were so clean that they really didn't have to change anything. When I was doing freelance journalism for those old weekly newspapers, you know, I was able to submit them very clean. So that helped my self-esteem, let me tell you. And it helped me. It helped me a lot in many ways. Knowing how to do it and you know, all the things.
You know, I think my biggest problem is I know how weird the stories are that I like, and like I'm always like shocked that anybody else likes them. You know, it's just like
Mm-hmm. I know what you mean.
I mean, it happens, but it still feels weird.
I'm thinking of doing that thing again where I chop off the tail and sticking it on something, either like a really tiny panel or another card, like I did with some of those cards. Because I'd done something on accident once, and so I just had the tail. I said, well, maybe I could do something with it, and I put it on a card, and I still have it, and it's sitting there in my Etsy shop just to see what happens. I don't know. I've had people say it's cute. We'll see. So it looks like, so the way I have it placed is it looks like there's a mermaid swimming off. It's all you can see is the tail.
That's a really neat idea. I like that.
Thanks. But Maggie, I can relate to your feelings. If I put just a tail on one of the little mini panels that have water going on, then I'd have to put something on top and blend it in and fiddle with it. Maybe use some texture paste or something. I don't know.
Okay, my brain's gone. I'm. It's official. It's official. Mark your calendar. This is the day my brain finally left. Oh no, I'm trying to figure out what fell into my tea, and I'm like freaking out, trying to pull it out. I'm wondering why I can't pull it out. It's the light glinting and making a white spot in the top of the tea that
Oops.
Took me forever to realize it's just the light, dummy. It's just the light. Everything's
I would
fine.
do that
It's
too
just the light.
if I was tired.
So yeah.
But
My brain no work today.
it is okay. And this is a sample of cards that are in my shop. Well, I guess I could show it. And against another
Make yourself all big.
hmm?
Make yourself all big so we can see really see them.
Is that? No. Let's remove the other thing.
Yeah, the first
Is that
one.
still there? Come on, move it. Move the screen.
You gotta move it, move it.
There it goes. That's a little bit bigger. But let's see. Aha. And so that's a sample there. And so I just wanted to make what looked kind of like parchment. This is a typical standard greeting card size. The card base itself is black with very sturdy cards. It is made from very sturdy cardstock, 110-pound cardstock.
That's cool.
The front is this is very heavy duty watercolor paper, and I use gouache in ochre.
That really does look like parchment.
And because of the inconsistency of the surface of the watercolor paper, I thought, let me try that, and it really came out good.
Yeah,
I really like
like
this
that.
one. And then what I've been doing is on the inside, having another piece of cardstock that is inked with a very light brown. Well, it says chocolate brown, but it's a pretty light brown to also make the inside look a bit like parchment.
Yeah, that's pretty light for chocolate brown, but
yeah, but this was inked very, very lightly to give it a I used a light hand. There we go. That's the phrase I was looking for. I used a very light hand with it. So it would be pretty subtle and not be too distracting to write on, I guess. That was my thought. So anyway, yeah. So
I really like that aged paper look like that.
It takes a little patience because I don't want to go overboard, so I go very lightly and I just go over it and then I add a little bit more, and it's all about layering. It's like watercolor and gouache where you're building up layers when you're using ink that way. Let's see if I can find one of those brushes I use. Is there one over here? Well, it's not right here. Oh well. But basically, all I use is those makeup brushes they have now. What are they called? There's a couple names. But they're very fine bristles. You know.
Yeah.
Yes, you can do that too. I wanted to do that. Here, let me get us back how we were. Not that one. Come on. No, it's not going to do it. Click. Click. Okay, that's better. Oh my God, this cooking business. And I lost track of what I was saying, so whatever. But oh yeah, the tea. You can. I've been wanting to do that too. You can use black tea. Um, when I got married, my mother had some white lace. Yeah. Hello. What's the word? Tablecloths, and she used tea to dye them, and she used. But she had so many. What she did was she used her washing machine.
Oh.
Yeah, I remember that because I had a themed wedding. I had a vintage wedding because I'd found this vintage wedding dress not long at all after my husband proposed, and so I took that as a sign. And it was
That's
beautiful, and
kind
it
of a
fit me
brilliant
like a
idea.
glove, and I was like, "Uh oh, I'm in trouble," because it inspired me to have a vintage wedding. Yeah. So yeah, but so that was it was cool. I guess that's been around for quite some time. Using tea to make paper or linens, whatever, look aged. So that's pretty cool.
I likes it. I likes
it. Let's see. It is 9:36. Sounds like hubby's still watching Esports Network. So yeah, so this last time I did this to make these mermaids or whatever, I used paper from my mixed media journal. So it's watercolor paper, but it's not as sturdy as some, but it's watercolor paper basically, and it's got that surface. So it works. So I was just looking at that. Okay.
So now comes the big question. I have uploaded.
The big what?
I have recorded. I have edited. I have uploaded. I even made a thumbnail for the stupid Vlogmas video. Do I actually publish it? Because if I do, that kind of means I'm going to try to do Vlogmas. But if I never publish it, it didn't happen. Right? I don't have to do it.
Or you can do what I did a couple years ago and just put a couple up. Just to play.
I have a strong feeling that I'm going to
and just put in the description, I'm just playing. I don't know if I'll finish doing this.
I have a strong feeling that like I'm going to do a couple and be like, oh God, no. But I need to get better at putting videos out. You can always
delete them.
Yeah, this is true. This is true. Actually, I think it'd be really fun to. I really enjoyed
things I ever did were taken off. Were deleted because they were that bad.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna write a little description for it and send it out into the world.
Quick.
Yeah.
Mouse is not working again, so let's click with this. Okay.
I don't know if it still works or not, but used to, because I keep forgetting to do it, but used to you could just hit spacebar and it would go to the next comment.
Is it a kind of chamomile that's dyers use? No, not chamomile, but what's the other word for marigold? That. Yeah. Oh, there we go. The other word for marigold. Oh, what's that word? I can't think of it. But there is a version of that that's used to dye clothes and things.
I am preparing for Blogmas 2021.
I was just reading that. Excuse me.
I don't. What? What? What is? Okay, first of all, I keep threatening to start the blog again. Like, I literally sat there. Like, I have a couple drafts that I've been fiddling around with, but yeah.
A blog for November. I never did a blog for November. I've been doing it I've been really good the last 3 months, but nope. Did not do it.
I just don't know what I want to do with the YouTube channel because every time I make a video that I really like, nobody watches it. So
Can relate to that.
don't know if it doesn't show it to people or if people just don't give a crap about those topics. So I don't know what to do with my YouTube channel proper. Like, I love the streams.
And then I do something stupid like filming a vlog while I'm walking my dog and it gets 50 views. I'm like, what? And it's a bunch of crap garbage fire thing. And what? Why are people watching this? And it's the worst picture of me too. And I'm like
the worst video I've probably ever made.
I have no idea. That was terrible. Like,
the worst video I've probably ever made and ever will make was my Ultimate Author Dreams video, Dreams Tag video.
Oh, that too.
And it got like 4.8 thousand views.
What?
Like, the next highest on my channel, I think, is 168. Like, it blew up. Like, that video got 4,800 and some views. And I'm just like,
oh my god!
Like, it's terrible. Like, it's literally me sitting on the deck with my phone.
Yeah.
And like, you could hear the wind like beating on the beating on the microphone. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. And like 5,000 people watched it.
I know. And then on my other channel, I was just my kid was doing something cute, so I started filming him. And for some unknown reason, it's gotten like 150 views or something. And it's nothing. It's just me sitting with my kid, and he's just messing with my hair. That's it. We're watching on. I was watching something at the same time. So I was watching like some kind of hearing going on last year. So it blew up. I'm like, what the heck? It was weird.
And I have to say, I kind of like, if I could afford to take a year off after this year, I would totally do it. But I would love to do that. And
I need to recover.
A lot of people seem to enjoy my Disney rants. I have noticed that. Like, I keep telling people, like, eventually my channel is just going to devolve into a commentary channel with writing sprints. Like, it's going to happen. So
yeah, like Savvy.
Oh no, it's going to be more like D'Angelo Wallace if he wasn't cute.
Again?
Like,
what did you say?
It's going to be more like D'Angelo Wallace if he wasn't cute. Because like, I watch his channel and I'm just like, I want that channel. Like, that's what I want my YouTube channel to be. And then I'm just like, oh, but wait, I'm not cute. So,
oh,
because it's like all the commentary channels. Like, there is an unfair bar of entry on commentary channels. Like, for goodness sakes, like, I watch Strange Eons and I'm just like, I want her channel. Like, that's what I want my channel to be. And then we're like, oh wait, I'm not cute.
Oh, that's cool though. I need to see some of your stuff, Maggie. It's not showing it, so oh well. I'm clicking. This clicking is not working. I think that's very cool, Maggie. I need to see some of your channel.
And like, that's one of the things that I feel like if I do Vlogmas, I can like, feel out, like if I feel like doing like a vloggy vlog, like what did I do today, kind of like chat to the camera, I can do that. If I actually feel like shooting a vlog of what I did that day, I could do that. Or if I just want to like do some of those like Disney rants. Because
Mm.
though for anybody who's been following the Disney must pay discussion, Daniel Green just did an interview with Alan Dean Foster and his lawyer. It's like 15 minutes. It's on his channel. It's really good.
Interesting.
And also, don't forget, warn your friends who want to be traditionally published. That just got harder because Penguin Random House just bought Random and
Right.
Schuster, so the big 5 just became the big 4, and so there are going to be fewer traditionally published books going out into the world. So
Yeah, and it's like, is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? What do you think?
for those of us who are doing independent publishing, I think it's a great thing because they're ignoring so many markets in traditional publishing that if you're doing a new adult book, well, your life just got easier. There are fewer because they're completely ignoring that, and there are fewer other stories to be fighting against. Like it's like this is not good for publishing in general, but
Yeah, I think so. I think so as well.
But I think we just need to make sure that people are realizing that, because I think it was a very hard road if somebody wanted to go traditional publishing. Not that there aren't reasons you might want to, but I think it was going to be a hard road to begin with. But Simon and Schuster, that's a lot of imprints that are probably going to be phased out because they're already talking about synergizing the brands, which means they're going to be closing a lot of imprints.
Oh boy, that's gonna, and that's, then that would put a lot of people out of work.
The Authors Guild and a couple of the other large trade organizations have filed antitrust claims with the federal government to try to stop the merger. But let's be honest, can we see any American government right now going, oh no, you're an unfair monopoly, you should not have that much power? And that's not like a current president versus future president thing. I can't see the Trump administration stopping them from merging, and I can't see a Biden administration stopping them from merging. Like, I don't think that there's anything we can do. Like, the merger is going to happen. If anybody was going to step in on a monopoly, they would have prevented Disney from buying Fox.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, like,
good point. That's a very good point.
Yep. I agree, Maggie.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
But I know quite a few people that have their heart set on being traditionally published and I get that. Like I've said 1,000 times, like if Tor or Ban came to me and was like, hey, can we get a book from you? I would leap at it because, like,
yeah.
You know how many books on the shelf over there are from those, like, but I'm not going
a fair few just from
Tor. But I'm not going to conform and take the weirdness out of my fiction to get a publishing deal from them.
No.
But like, I get the appeal of it. I completely get it, but I have to go get a crying dog. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. Excuse me. That was a big hiccup. Hey, Chandra. I like your idea. Charlie's all up to date on all of that stuff. I do read. Oh,
Say hi to the nice people.
aw,
Say hi to the nice people.
aw.
I know. I told you to come back here with me. I told you to come back here.
Loves attention. Aw. My dog loves attention too, but she is definitely not a lap dog. I've probably mentioned that before.
She was asleep in the hubby's chair when I came back to the office, and I told her that I was coming back here, and she just looked at me, rolled over, and went back to sleep. And apparently, she just woke up because she was outside my office door. Oh, oh.
My dog doesn't whine quite like that, but she will give you the most sorrowful face. She was doing that this afternoon. I'm like, what? I gotta go.
You know, Chandra, I have thought about doing something like that, and I might start doing more of that kind of content.
Yeah. I know you sometimes talk about stuff like that on your podcast.
Yeah, I talk about that on the podcast, which I'm also trying to figure out what I'm doing for next year, because I don't know if I'm going to fully put them on hiatus. I usually do around this time and just do some special episodes for like, here are what I think are the best songs that came out. And by the way, not entirely a subjective list, because I actually pull up the new, new songs that I added to my library that year and sort them by how many times I listened to them. So, like, literally, these are the songs I apparently like the most because I listened to them the most that came out this year. But yeah, I've thought about doing more of that sort of thing, because I really want to be more of a help to the community. But we
Taking down this die and listening.
But yeah, I like I do like the idea of trying to do more of like newsy bits. And for goodness sakes, I think I'm the only I'm one of the few author tubers. I don't know if a lot of the other author tubers who actually pays their dues to be a member of Ally, the Alliance of Independent Authors. So I could dip some of the skinny out of that for you, because there's a lot going on in the amongst indie writers and the various things that are happening around there.
There is an organization I'm planning on joining in the next couple months, called I think they pronounce it NAWI. Let's see, the National. See, NAIWE, National Association of Independent Writers and Editors. Hey, that's it. And there sounds like a really great organization. I've heard about it for a little while, so I'm planning on joining them. And I know that they have a lot of information as well. StreamYard chat. I think we'll be a few more minutes.
I could imagine that. Like I've had similar experiences with, well, why can't they be straight? Because everybody else is.
Yeah.
Like,
oh wow.
Yeah, it is so hard to get people to understand. Like, if you're in any marginalized community whatsoever, how difficult it is to get your stories out. Like, because I'm so glad to see it, especially a lot of white writers realizing why the own stories movement was such a big deal. And it's because, especially if you're going traditional publishing, if you write a character with a black POV, even if you are white, you get classed as, well, we have the black book, we don't need another one. Like, that's really how publishing still thinks. Like, they do that. They have quotas of how many things they're going to put out. So you could literally be taking the spot of somebody without even realizing it. Like, a lot of people do it with well-intentioned.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's why that movement really came about, because it can be really difficult. It's to me like the one thing that, like, I was trying to figure out what was wrong with Lovecraft Country, because there's so many things wrong with that. And then I realized the vast majority of the episodes are written by two white men about the racial experiences of black people in America. And I was like, that's why everything in this series feels off.
Yeah. That might be it. Wow.
And I'm not saying that, if you're writing about people who are different from you, that you can't do that or anything, especially if you're going traditional publishing.
Yeah.
Bear that in mind, because
right.
I really feel like I got hoodwinked with that show, because they put forward Jordan Peele, and they put forward the show has a African American woman as the showrunner, but it's based on a novel by a white dude, and most of the staff writers are, and it really like, and they don't, and they do not have a trans person in the room, and that's when I noped out of that show.
Wow.
Because there's a lot of sex in that show, but very little nudity. And one character, they literally go, woman, 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 and then do a close-up shot of her naked to show that she has male genitalia, and then instantly kill her. It's the only nude person, which it says a lot, because that show has a lot of sex in it. But that's the only time you see somebody naked. And I was like, nope, I'm done. I'm done with you.
Wow. Interesting. I did not know about that. I'm doing this wrong. Wait a minute.
Oh yeah, don't even get me started on that, like, whole respectability thing. Oh, like, I feel that, Maggie. Like, the respectability is real. Like, to the point where somebody, I forgot who it was, somebody on one of the streams I was on the other day called me wholesome, and I got like angry until I realized that word's used differently nowadays. And no, I'm not talking about The Crying Game, even though, yes, that fits that movie very well too. No, this is brand new this year on HBO. It's a show called Lovecraft Country. And
sounds like an interesting idea. And I did hear about the book after the fact, after I started hearing about the the TV show.
I think it could have been good. I think it could have been better, but it started going into some weird play, like not even like weird. Like that's not even the right thing. Like it's one of those shows that they're like, well, it takes place during a racist period of history, so it's okay that there's all the racism in the show. And then after a while, you kind of get to a point where you feel like,
Well, yeah, I mean, you could do that, but you know, I don't know if I would. I think things would change over time, or
there's a
not be
scene before I
heavy-handed about
noped
it.
out of the show. It was in the episode right before, like, it's the scene that almost noped me out of the show, but I didn't. Where one of our protagonists explains to our other protagonists why some women just need to get beaten because of their uppity attitudes, and I just went, like, you can try to use the whole like time period argument here, but you also have evil fish people in your story, so I don't think historicity will save you.
Oh my god.
And it's not commented on. Like the other guy doesn't like clap back and be like, "No, you shouldn't beat women." He just goes, "Oh, okay." And I'm like, "No, no, that's not
God.
no."
It's not right.
And the argument is like, "We're just
That's
showing how
not
bad
right,
things used to
or
be,"
whatever.
and like,
And have change happen or something, you know? That would be the only evil fish people, yeah. You know, God, you know, even if say, I were to have a story featuring a disabled character, I certainly wouldn't have a character grow and change his ways and stuff like that, or you know, whatever. And
but you would never include a
I
passage
wouldn't.
where somebody explains why it's justified to use the R slur. And that's what I
No,
felt like the show was.
no,
Like,
no. I mean, you know, I mean, I know, you know, I see. Even now, I sometimes go back and forth on that, on some of that, but for historical accuracy, if you're going to have a historical book that touches on certain things, but but
if I were writing a story
it's a
that took
big but,
place during the
right?
Civil War and I was trying to be historically accurate, that is one thing. When there are evil fish
Right.
people and an evil demon cult that opened a portal to a parallel universe that's trying to take over the world for their racist Illuminati goals, I don't think you have a claim to historicity anymore. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
your
yeah.
claims to like we're being historically accurate.
God,
Really though?
that's
Like
ridiculous, though.
you
Okay,
have
let's see
evil
if this
fish
other one
people in a
can.
magic white supremacy cult. And it's even more upsetting because it's on HBO, and their Watchmen series was done so well and really like showed how you could address really difficult
Yeah,
issues face on so well. And then like to see the show drop the ball as hard as it did. Like I don't know, it may have gotten better. I don't know. After the like I was kind of done with it, and then they're like, "Oh, look, obviously trans person. Let's other them and kill them." I was like, "I'm done with you. I'm just done."
this mermaid camp much better. I'm there now. I'm happy. I didn't mess up this one. Yeah, she's still in the die. I just knocked a whole bunch of tiny pieces of paper on my floor.
What are you
And
doing, dog?
now I just have to peel it out.
You're lucky I don't have a mobile camera. Get over here. What's going
I
on?
need ouch. Something to poke it out with. And then I just poke out the cut piece of paper on the inside. Yeah.
Oh,
A big yawn.
she's scratching her face on the floor.
On the floor.
Yeah, this is the only room in the house
Gotcha.
that has
I know
carpet.
what you mean.
Yeah, this is the only room in the house that has carpet, and she's just like going in a circle with her face on the floor. I need to check your face. Is your face all right? Why are you rubbing your
Why
face
are you
on the
doing
floor?
that? I know, I did the same thing. There it goes. Now it's coming out. I was trying to be as gentle as I could because I'm not ripping this one. Man. Eva, I was doing some die cutting or my crafting. There we go. I still need to poke out some things, but this one came out much better. I'm happy with that.
That's really cool.
She's a little lighter, I think. Yeah, so I need to poke out some bits. And then I saved the bits because they look like coral. So, and there's other, there are lots of intricate dies these days. I saw one, I was like, it looks like the woods in Narnia or something. It was mostly trees on either side of a gate, maybe. But I've seen some really intricate things like this that I've kind of drool over. Trees and things. I'll say it. Trees and fairies and mermaids and things. Whatever. I guess I like fantastical creatures. Yeah.
You're in good company,
and you can even use the part that you use to cut it with for something if you really want, which I might.
That would be really pretty to have like a contrasting color.
Mm-hmm.
Fill that space.
Exactly. Contrasting color or something glittery or
like those puffy paints. You use it for like the puffy paints in there so that it was all raised up.
Or I have things for like for using with stamps where you have a clear, it's called clear ink, but it's mostly something you can just get anywhere. Vegetable glycerin. But and then what you do is there's a certain crafting supply called embossing powder. And when you pour some of that over top, like how you would apply glitter, and then you apply heat to it after you knock the extra off, it goes all shiny.
That could be really cool.
Yeah. And I have one of those that has glitter as part of it. So yeah. Thank you for helping me explore some ideas with my crafting, Charlie.
I wish I was a much more crafty person. I'm not brave enough to start an Etsy shop. And
it's nice to have somebody to have, to go back and forth with on ideas, though.
And yes, my dog is too funny.
A whole lot of people who craft. A few.
Aren't you, Bubba?
A couple. Yeah, that helped tremendously when I taped it down. I'll do that next time.
Okay.
So I'm going to put all my little bits in, and then maybe we'll wrap things up. I have to make I have this little
Micro monster
thing that my son made me years ago. A little dish made out of clay. Put all my bits in there so I don't lose them. There we go. Some of these pieces are so tiny that I'll probably not use them. They're too small to try to maneuver. There we go. Get them off my phone. They were sitting on my phone. But, okay. Now, much better. Okay. That's awesome. That's awesome, Maggie, that you did fight for a different editor and all that. Oops, that's not the one I meant to click on.
And that, see, sharing our experiences is really important, because like Tess and I had a long conversation about that. And by the way, she is back in the hospital. If anybody hasn't heard yet, she's feeling okay. They're trying to get everything back under control again. But she brought books with her and is reading and sending me lots of emails. So she's feeling good enough to at least do that. But we were talking about that a lot the other day, because when she found out that I was working on some romance novels, she was like, I don't think I could write romance novels because I don't believe in happy ever after. And I was like, I think it really depends on what you define as happily ever after.
That's a good point.
Because if you want to be purely nihilistic, like there's no such thing as happily ever after, because eventually one partner is going to die and the other partner is going to be left alone. Like, yeah, like we can always take this naturally dark if you want to, but if you would have asked me 25 years ago, before I met the hubby, if romance was a thing that you could have in your life and that you could ever be with somebody for a really long period of time, I would have laughed at you. But
I might have too.
We got married in we got handfested in 97. And, we've only been apart a couple days in all that time, And so, our life has had a lot of good moments. It's got a lot of bad moments, but that's the beauty of writing, is learning how to share your story and to share the stories that matter to you.
Exactly.
Yeah. I really don't know why we have such a hard time with,
That's very interesting.
But
I have heard that.
It's really hard. Like, I have such mixed feelings, because Netflix just remade The Boys in the band. And the first movie is important because it got made. And it's important because it was based on a play that actually got performed. And it very much captures life of the queer community in the 1970s. Making a remake of that movie today, even with the awesome cast that it has, but still dealing with all of the issues that are in there, I don't know how relevant that is to a modern audience, because we have the original movie. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to know how those people felt, like, you can watch the original movie, which is set in the 70s and still, and has all of the attitudes that you would expect in the 70s. If you're going to make an updated version, why wouldn't you make an updated version? Like, it would be fascinating if they said it in the 80s, or they said it in the 90s, or said it today, right? And show how, so that you could watch the first one and see what it was like in the 70s and see the contrast and the difference between the two. But they just did a word for word, like they kept the original script. And so it's such a weird movie to watch now, because I think my generation is probably the last generation that had to deal with a lot of the issues that the characters in the movie did. You know, that very harshly enforced closet that existed. And
maybe that
when I
was part of the point, was our generation, you know, is reflecting. I don't know. It's interesting.
But, you know, I find it odd that movie gets made, but like, we're not, so why aren't we remaking like Torch Song Trilogy? Like, I would much rather see a remake of Torch Song Trilogy than Boys in the Band. To me, it's a much more empowering movie. It's a much more, I mean, it's terrible. And if you've never watched it, Matthew Broderick and Javi Fiennes are in it. They actually play boyfriends.
I forgot Matthew Broderick.
Yep. That was a young Matthew Broderick. I believe he did it shortly after Ferris Bueller.
Oh, wow. But I remember hearing about it, Torch Song Trilogy.
It's a powerful movie. Or remake Edge of 17. Not that horrible one that came out a couple years ago, like the one that came out in the like.
I might have seen part of that a while back. Yeah.
Like, I'm just saying,
you know, I probably did see that back in the 80s, but I don't really remember.
like, after it's such a bizarre thing for me to see, because
there's a lot of music involved in it. What was it? Set in a cabaret or something?
Yes.
Or am I wrong?
Played a cabaret performer. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, it's starting to come back to me. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a great movie. Break your heart movie, but a great movie. Because the reason it's called Torch Song Trilogy is a torch song is a song that breaks your heart. That's what a torch song is.
Right, yeah.
And it's the three most tragic things that happen to our main character. That's what it is. It's the Torch Song Trilogy. It's the three like worst things that ever happened. But it's such a powerful movie. I would rather see that. And to have Ryan Murphy make that movie, especially after he just did Hollywood. And whatever you think of Hollywood, Hollywood is such an interesting film because it basically posits what would have happened if all of the queer actors who were around in the 50s came out then. And it's an interesting alternate history.
Oh, interesting.
That I think has a bit of rose-tinted glasses.
I don't think I've heard of it. I don't think I've heard of that. That sounds interesting. Like, say, Rock Hudson, right?
Yeah, Rock Hudson's actually one of the characters.
The first one that popped in my head.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rock Hudson's actually one of the main characters.
Very interesting.
And yeah, it was a really interesting, I think, a bit rose-tinted glasses, but it's basically what if they pre-Stonewalled Stonewall kind of thing. And it's such an interesting show. And for him to go from that to let's remake Boys in the Band feels weird. It just feels weird.
Cat has a question. And you know so much about plotting, Charlie.
That's a fun question. Okay.
I'm learning. I'm trying to learn about.
Okay. So when world building, start learning your magic numbers. And when I'm saying magic numbers, I'm not talking about numerology. There are certain mythological meanings that are assigned. If you want the story to have a very strong feminine presence, you might want to do 9 instead of 12. 9 is in every culture the number of the Holy Mother. It crops up whether it's 3 groups of 3 or a group of 3 and a group of 6. The number 9 is somehow represented in almost every mythology around the world around strong feminine energy. 7 in most Western cultures, 7 is seen as the number of completeness. 6 is the number of error or sin, because it's one shy of perfection, with perfection being 7. And the reason for that is most of the earliest counting systems were base 6, not base 5 or base 10. So they actually counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then started repeating symbols. Which is also why, like, our clocks actually retain this. That's why you have 60 seconds in a minute and 60 minutes in an hour, because it retains that from the old Sumerian time system that was base 6, not base 10, because it was 10 collections of 6.
Interesting.
Yeah. 4 is a good number, especially if you're doing a 4 or 5 if you're doing it based on elements, because oddly enough, whether it's China, Japan, Korea, India, Greece, Egypt, Sumeria, most cultures who had an elemental system had either 4 or 5.
So time is I'll be the first, and then there'll be the other bloodlines. She's the outlier.
So I would say have as many as you feel appropriate for your setting. Those are some basic numbers that work well. As you know, because we're currently watching through it, and I know you're a fan. In the Vampire Diaries, there were 5 originals, I think, in the show. I don't know how many there were in the book, but that's what, because there's Finn, Rebecca, 6, I think, from which everyone descended. Yeah. I agree with you on that one, Maggie. But I would ask yourself what you want it to symbolize, because especially for a Western reader, and this is the one thing that you should hold in your mind most, especially if you know you're writing for a Western audience, is there are so many unconscious things to the numbers. Like when somebody says 6, if you grew up in a Western culture, people are immediately going to think flawed. Like, it's just who we are. 7's lucky because we say lucky 7. Like, it's just ingrained in us from such a young age. Like, you don't even have to think about it. But yeah, 5 is
true.
5 plus Freya. Yeah, I think I accidentally counted her. But anytime you're using a number, if it doesn't matter for sake of the story, like you need to have X number of people there for a particular reason, try to use one of the numbers that trips something up in people's heads. Like, if you want to make people uneasy, it's 13. Just make it 13. You know?
Baker's dozen.
And remember, anytime you use 12, that's bringing in a lot of not only Christian, like, it's one of the weirdest things. Like, it's not just Christian symbolism, but the Buddha had 12 disciples that he taught. In a lot of versions of the story of Confucius, he had 12 chief disciples that he taught. You also see this in the stories of Lao Tzu, who taught his 12 chief disciples. That's a number that pops up a lot. Oh, I'm writing some vampire stuff. I know Kat's writing some vampire stuff. Like, there's a lot of vampire stuff going on.
There's vampires. Vampires are a thing.
And I think, I know for me, I was like, I found out about Midnight Sun, got really, really mad, and I was like, why can't there be good vampire stuff? Why not? I write it.
That sounds interesting. Yeah, and you're talking about the number 9, and that was some of the stuff I had learned. You know, back when I started researching some things, and I find that very ironic. A lot of the holy cow was sorry, a lot of things coming through on my phone. About the number 9. I think that's really interesting, especially considering 9 is my birth month. Oh my gosh, fun. But yeah.
I think I may have just heard somebody pull into the driveway.
Yes, and the 12 gods on Olympus is 12. Is wow, I'm getting tired. I can't
Which
talk
I've always had
anymore.
an issue with, because if you count them, there were more than 12 Olympians, but everybody says 12. And then they give you a different list of who those 12 were. And it's always fun to see who they counted and who they didn't.
I have counts on my features. Oh, interesting. Can verbally communicate with language. Hi, Miss Dahlia. How are you? What's going on? We just can't kind of keep going on. What is this, NaNoWriMo or something?
I feel like my forever streams are spreading.
I have heard about 7-pointed stars. Why is my phone blowing up? I don't know.
And 7-pointed stars are often used by law enforcement. They often will use.
And there's a word for that too. There's a word for 7-pointed star. Probably septa something.
Heptagram. Usually heptagram. It's the one I've seen most.
Heptagram?
Yeah.
What? Oh yeah, I can understand that, Dahlia. Which is why I started streaming at night months ago.
I stream later in the day because most of the people that I know stream in the morning, and I don't want, or early on, and I don't want to step on anybody's stream.
There's that too. I know. I don't want to do it while. I mean, I want to watch their stream, and I can't do both at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's that too. Yeah. I do too. I like the 9s. 9s make a lot of sense to me. 4 fingers and a thumb is the number 5. The other hand could be 10, so you can technically count to 99.
Which is where you think most counting systems would come from, but a lot of the oldest recorded counting systems are not base 5 or base 10. Which I've just always found fascinating. Like, what possessed you to go with a...
There you go. Be quiet, phone.
That's a very good
Yeah, I've always been
reason to do it.
Yeah, I agree. And I started getting interested in that years ago because I was always wondering, well, why? Why does it have to be an unlucky number? What about these other uses? And I remember thinking about that a long time ago. Because I did always hear about a baker's dozen. I'd hear the phrase and wonder, what's a baker's dozen? So when my mother explained it to me, I was like, oh, but that's 13. How can that be bad? The baker has to. Did we lose you, Charlie?
I'm stupid. I hit a wrong button.
That's okay. That happens.
I was gonna type in the description so I can hit publish on the video, and I hit the back button for some reason instead of going over.
Oops.
Yeah, I'm good at it today.
It's okay. Yes. Edit December. Although some people do take December off if they and they start in January. I've heard. But yes, some people dive right into it, I know. Speaking of which, I have been wanting to do some content. We were talking about filming earlier and stuff. I actually have been wanting to do some content. And I wasn't able to do any of that last week because kid was out of school. So, but I am wanting to do some filming. So I think that is coming. Just reading a comment, a couple comments, and yeah, I wanted to show this because yeah, heptagram. I've I was learning all kinds of things when I was teaching my son when he was out of school. I was learning a lot of stuff in terms of geometry.
I love geometry.
I didn't mind geometry too much. I mean, at least it was easier for me to understand than some aspects of math. It's visual.
I am a big fan of the maths.
Oh yeah, it's getting so windy. But I was never very good at math. Guess what I was better at? Writing and spelling and stuff.
For a brief period of time, I thought about going into doing physics as like
wow
the thing I would do. I didn't. But only because I thought I was going to be a priest. And then I didn't do that either.
Right. Well, that's okay.
I did do close to that, though. And we will see how all of that plays out next month. But
I'm starting to clean up a few things. Used to be a math teacher, Dahlia. Oh, interesting. Cool. Yeah, math was not my strong subject. But then again, I did have a bit of a math phobia back in the day.
My phone is probably about to start dinging because I've got an app that reminds me when I release the video to share it on social media.
Oh. Yeah.
I just published my Vlogmas video. So yay, I did a thing today.
There you go. Woo!
Woohoo!
I'm in a group. Somehow I got into a message group and Instagram.
Yeah, I don't think Instagram asks you when you get added. Because I've gotten into a couple of those lately that I did not volunteer for. Which is why I don't ask people if they want to be added to the ones that I have.
Say that again. What?
Said I don't think Instagram actually asks you if you want to join a group.
Oh,
Somebody adds you to it.
why not? It'd be nice because I do get things, and I'm like, oh, whoa, and then it goes on for days and days sometimes. Oh, wow.
Yeah, I wanted to be an astronaut, and then like the day that broke my heart was when I found out that you cannot, at least back when I was a kid, you cannot be an astronaut if you were more than 5'8", if you were taller than 5'8". And when I started going through my growth spurts, I measured myself every day because I was like, please stop, please stop, please stop, please stop. And I didn't stop.
Oh.
But yeah, I'm one of those pathetic people. I will read physics papers for fun. I like looking at the math. I think the math is pretty.
Cleaning up my art stuff. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know if I'll end up finishing what I started when I was. We were talking earlier, Dahlia, about Vlogmas and also, and I'd said that I'd started filming a little something while I was walking my dog. So, but I don't know if I don't know if I'll do that. We'll see.
I will willfully admit that the Vlogmas video that I just published is a hot mess. But the one thing that I've learned about getting stuff done is, who said it the other day? It was such a beautiful sentence. Anything that's worth doing is worth doing badly. And I was like, that is such a weird phrase. And then they explained it, and they're like, anything that's worth doing.
I was there.
Yeah, who was it that was doing that? That was such a brilliant thing. Because whatever's worth doing, it's worth it. If you wait for perfection, you're never going to actually do it. So if it's something that's worth doing, be willing to do it badly until you can do it well. And
yeah,
I thought that was such an empowering thing. And I'm just like, because I do like doing the videos. I do like being on the platform. I'm just bad at it. And I'm just embracing the fact that I'm bad at it. Yeah, Chandra, I love that saying too. I can't remember who I heard say it the other day, because it was just the other day. Somebody, who was that?
Holding up my
That's going to drive me crazy.
die cutting machine. Up a little bit here while we're wrapping up. At first, I didn't like this bit of watercolor paper, but I might like that. This might, because this has got a lot more paint on this one. I wonder about this one.
Yep.
I don't know. I'll try that later.
He's much darker.
I'll try that later. Ouch. I can stop setting things on my legs. It hurts. Long story. Anyway, thank you for some ideas, Charlie.
You're welcome. I hope that was helpful.
I'll play with the future. Definitely. Yeah, I like similar sayings. Chandra. Or Chandra. Is it Chandra or Chandra? It's Chandra.
Oh my goodness.
Let me know.
Maggie, I want to buy that as a sample. I want that like on every wall in every room of my house.
It's not showing. Show. I've been trying to click on it. I love that. Can I like, there we go. Whoops.
That's beautiful.
I have been wanting to use expressions or positive statements like that with art. Actually, I kind of that's awesome.
Yeah, I've been wanting to practice some letter blocking, and guess what, man? Guess what? I'm going to be doing later. I'm going to be letter blocking that. As everybody's copying down.
Mm-hmm.
Them are words to live by. I like that.
Oh. That is an excellent statement. Yes, I wrote it down too.
Yeah, that like I want that in, like I've been trying to find some quotes because I want to practice my lettering, my hand lettering, and I have not had any that I really wanted to do. And then that one is perfect. That's going to be the first one.
I also have stencils.
Yes, Chandra, we should totally do that. Psychic Writers Guild of the Apocalypse unite.
Is this what you mean?
we can grandfather you into the Psychic Writers Guild of the Apocalypse. I don't think Maggie will mind. Like, I'm willing to open up for members. Because
when I first started my channel, like about 3.5 years ago, I guess it was, my first videos, I stuttered so much, and you have no idea how hard it was, because I don't like a lot of things. But anyway, I removed the first few videos that I ever did. Yeah.
And yes, that's exactly what that means. The video that I recorded today, I forgot to tell it to use my good mic, and instead it used the built-in mic on the laptop because I don't have a camera. And like, it would be better if I had used the like real mic that had better sound. But to me, the importance is in the doing.
Right. And I have to remember that too, to remember stuff like that too, because you know, and that's in anything, right? And that's in writing. Even if you know, submit something that's in rough stages, you got to do that at one point, because then you won't get the feedback.
Yeah. Like I say it 1,000 times, but like the thing that prevents writers from becoming authors is that they keep fiddling with their draft and never finish it. Finish it, then edit it. Like, and remember, the first thing you write is going to be the worst thing you ever write. And then the next thing you write will be the second worst thing that you write. Like, every time you will get better. Like, I have been doing this for 15 years. I look back at my first book with horror. It doesn't sound like me anymore. I have learned so much since that first book came out. Is it a bad book? No. Like, it's fine. And people liked it, and people still buy it and like it, and yay. But, you know, like, am I, like, I look at it with, like, oh, I want to do a rewrite. Like, I just wanna, like, and I just, like, no, I need to move forward, you know? Need to move forward, don't look back.
Right.
Yeah, done is so much better than perfect. Because you don't learn anything from not finishing.
Yeah. And Chandra, I have done the same exact thing. I've just left some things on there that I didn't really care for. And just said, oh God, just don't look at it. So, you know.
Yep.
Then I don't look at it.
For me, how long does it take you to draft a book? Most of my books that I've ever done were written, if we're talking about just the drafting phase, in, I would say, 6 to 7 weeks from start to finish. And that's every book that I've ever done. The newer,
you do so much word building that,
yeah,
like you said, you've said many times before.
and like now, like when I sit down and start working, because I've been doing novellas, I've fallen in love with novellas. They're about 20,000 words each. And I absolutely love writing like 20,000 word novellas. I just felt absolutely in love with it. I like what you can do in that. I've fallen in love with it. I can write one of those a week. And have. I have a lot of them done.
That's awesome.
But it's also one of those things that, remember, like I said, my first published book came out 15 years ago. So bear that in mind. Like my first published book came out 15 years ago. I had written 4 books prior to that one that are utter garbage and will never see the light of day. Like, it's not worth the effort of revising them, because I wrote them in like middle school and high school and like the years after that. And they're too problematic on a lot of levels. You know, and remember, like Stephen King.
I think my internet's going wonky.
Stephen King figured it out, and it's like the secret to his being so prolific. He writes 2,000 words every day, no matter what. He starts his day with Stephen King. At the start of his day, every day before breakfast, he will write 2,000 words. He's not allowed to have breakfast or his coffee until he's done. He gets up at 6 a.m., writes his 2,000 words, and then has the rest of his day to do whatever. And he does that every day. And because he writes these giant mammoth books, he finishes a book every 3 months. That's how Stephen King puts out so much work.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I've like made the mistakes in my videos into part of like my video style, because like something invariably goes wrong. Like my lip sync will fall out for some reason that I don't understand, or like the video will freeze for no reason. And so I'll just put like weird obnoxious text on it, or I do like weird Ken Burns zooms into things.
Yeah.
Like I've just made it part of my like
I kind of have a love-hate relationship with the Ken Burns effect on my phone in iMovie. I'm like, sometimes I just leave it because it's kind of neat in a way. It's cute.
like the video that I made today, like I didn't realize that I kept taking sips of my tea during it. So like there are a lot of like magically disappearing things. Like I'll be talking about a journal and I'll literally pick it up and like be waving it around, and then it just boop, is gone in the next one. But because I talk with my hands are still moving around. But like there are teacups appearing and disappearing. There are journals appearing and disappearing. Like it's like a magic trick. And if I were more professional about making a video, that would bother me and I would have reshot it. But it's fine. It's fine.
It's fine. Well, and then if you when I watch a video on YouTube, I like it when people leave in a few mistakes here and there, because
Yep.
we're all human, we all make mistakes, and it just makes, even if they're professionals, it just makes them seem more approachable and human and all of that.
It's like I've been talking about him a lot today, but I'm obsessed with his channel. It's why I'm like so into one topic, because like I don't believe that he's actually as innocent as he pretends he is in his videos, but I have agreed to go along with the, oh, you don't know what that means. Okay. Like, just, okay. I'm fine with it because it's endearing. Wait, what? There's snow coming. What?
Oh. It's good. Like I say, it's gonna be 39 degrees in the morning here. After I took my shirt off here, I said sweatshirt earlier. It's not really a sweatshirt, but I was getting a little warm, and now I can tell the temperature has dropped. It's gonna be 39 degrees here in Tampa Bay, Florida, at about 8 o'clock.
Thursday and Friday, we may have snow.
Oh boy. I can't believe I'm still going live. It's almost 11 o'clock. Oh, well.
And Dahlia, that's kind of what I want to get back to, because one of the ways I was able to get so much done is by the end of Jules's streams. So that'd be what, like noon, 1 o'clock. I would have normally, like when I was firing on all cylinders, I would have about 3,000 words by the end of Jules's stream. And then whatever else I did was just like gravy for the rest of the day. And I want to get back to that. I want to get back to that.
What?
10?
10 degrees. Oh. My husband spent the bulk of his childhood in northern Indiana, and he's experienced that. And he's told me there were literally snowdrifts higher than his head, and he was like, I don't know, 12, 13. Oy. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't mind playing in it for a day, but yeah, I don't know if I could do it.
Yes, Dahlia, we can get back to that, because I really like that, because then when I had editing to do, I didn't feel like I was losing out on productivity time, because I get it, editing is productive. But like I got so focused on word count that like it drove me crazy. But by being able to get my words out in the morning, when it's time to do editing or something else later in the day, like, for goodness sakes, you just want to goof off for the rest of the day or go do something else that you need to get done. Like, yeah. See, I'm actually tempted to start getting up early again, because back when I wrote Shine, and so it would have been Fate's Harrow and Shine and all those, I was getting up at about 5:30 in the morning and writing, getting all my writing done before the hubby got up. And I don't know if I can do that anymore, but I have contemplated it.
Excuse me.
I will say the rest of the world will know, because if I'm getting up that early, then I will be live, because I will need somebody to yell at me to wake up if I fall asleep. And I'm sure somebody would message me and be like, Charlie, you fell asleep.
Yes, Dahlia. That is a very good point.
Yep.
So I mean, one of the first people I started following on YouTube was Tamara Woods, also Dana Gollin, and when she streams at 11, sometimes she moves it back to 1, but when she streams at 11, that was a really good time for me, and I got a lot done, you know. And I did have a great day after, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to see what.
But I don't know. I can't always do some things. I'm early in the morning because of family. So.
I mean, that's the thing. Let's figure out your schedule. But I don't know. I want to see what I can do, because given the restaurant, like, it's really hard for us to go to bed early. Like, we had one of her people like freak out the other day because she just wasn't doing math properly, and we told her how to do it properly, and she was just like, but I don't wanna. And I'm like, I'm like, this is why the ghosts attack you at night.
Yeah. But other than that, it sounds like a lot of fun. Hey, Charlie. It's 3 minutes until 11 o'clock. Oh, and Kat asked another question. I think I might wrap this up. Oh, I like some of those names though, like Obsidian.
I love Obsidian. I love that. Ooh, Pharaon. I love Pharaon. Okay, just because I like being a little bicha, I really like Luther. Like, I'm personally torn between Luther and Obsidian, because I mean, Sebastian's like my favorite name ever, because Sebastian is just Augustus spelled in Greek. It is. It means the same thing in. Yeah, it's when Augustus conquered the Greek land, they referred to him as Sebastian, Sebastianos.
I did not know that. Yeah. I'll have to ask my friend whose name is it's the whole Greek, August. I can't say it. Yeah. Yeah, that everybody calls him Gus, but yeah, it's the whole complete Greek spelling.
Ooh, it would be Dinah's dad. Oh, I definitely wanted to be the vampire Luther. I definitely want Dinah's dad to be the vampire Luther. Ooh, that's a good one too. Do whatever Maggie tells you. I have learned this in my own writing. If Maggie makes a suggestion, Maggie's probably right. You will fight it, at least if you're me, because you're a dumb, because I'm a dumb. And then you come back around to, oh crap, Maggie was right. So just do whatever Maggie tells you. Like, I swear I'm gonna have to start giving Maggie royalties on the books that I have coming out, because like I'll have like half an idea and Maggie would be like, hey, what about? And like, oh, and it's suddenly better.
Hmm. It's good to know.
But yeah,
I may need help with names eventually.
I think Maggie cracked the code there.
There you go. The Sidious Kane. Wow.
Yeah, that's just
and
that
visually, it looks awesome. I can't.
Yeah,
That sounds really great.
yeah. It, like, my brain didn't do like, why not just make it these two? But yes, Lascivious.
Yeah.
Yes.
That sounds really great.
So
And visually, it's so well balanced, you know?
And Maggie, you can laugh, but like I'm starting to feel a little guilty about like some of the idea help that you've given. Like, what the super secret project number 3, I have seriously thought about like giving you a co-writer credit on, because you've helped me come up with so many names and things for it.
Excuse me. Oh goodness.
So
Funny.
were you wanting to do outros then?
Yeah, let's do that. Since I just yawned.
I can't. Just surprise the hubbies.
Oh yeah.
Which I guess means that they were busy, I hope, and not that somebody was stupid. Hi, everybody. My name's Charlie. I do weird and random things. Apparently, I'm doing Vlogmas this year. I also stream on my channel every Wednesday and Friday. I have decided to just set them at 5 p.m. Eastern, because while I get sad missing the end of the 3-play, I feel like I get more done if I start at 5. So they're starting at 5 from now on. I've already put them up on the channel if you want to mark them for reminders, if that's a thing that actually works for you. I also do a bunch of podcasts, most of which are currently in hiatus, but I am looking for topics for the next season of my writing and world building podcast. So if anybody has any questions or any topics that you would like to make sure that I cover in the next season of Myth Weaving, do let me know so that I can make sure it makes it onto the list, because I have a list and I'm trying to figure out which ones I want to do, because I'm wanting breaks in my recording schedule. So I'm taking breaks in between recording seasons of that. But so do let me know. And if you want to actually be on one of the podcasts, I am open to that. Just let me know. You can find links to everything, including my three main podcasts, at projectshadow.com.
Awesome. All right. And I am Heather Dewey Pettit. And okay. I don't know if I'm going to do Vlogmas. I may not. We'll have to see. But like I said earlier, I am wanting to do some filmed content. We'll see how that goes over the next couple weeks. There are some things that I was wanting to do. In terms of, I was thinking of things like some writing mechanics related things, as well as possibly things like what editors do, break down the different kinds of editors. I was thinking of doing that. Let me know if anybody has any specific ideas in terms of stuff like that. Please let me know. Oh, I will let you know. That's very interesting. Let's see. So as a as far as my writing goes, my novel writing, I am still plugging away on my novel, and I've been reworking some of my outline, and I would like to work on that. I tend to work on my book in the evenings and do some other things earlier on in the day that are kind of a higher priority. And then really late at night, I work on my art apparently during my streams and things. Let's see. So, okay, but let me back up a little bit and say that because how I usually do my outros is this. As a writer, I'm working on my novel, which is a young adult fantasy with Celtic themes and mythology. And as an editor, I am a freelance line editor, copy editor, and proofreader. And I also do sensitivity reading in terms of characters with disabilities. And as an artist, I recently started an Etsy shop, and I've had some sales, which makes me very happy. And I actually have a 10% off sale going on right now that started on Black Friday, and that's up to this coming Sunday. So there's that. And yeah, I think that's everything. Eventually, I'll get back to podcasting. Charlie, I only did the one episode of one show, but I'll get back to it.
Still counts.
So I've had a lot of fun.
It still counts.
It still counts. So I hope everybody has a great evening. Hope everybody had a great day. It was so nice to talk to you, Charlie. It's been quite some time. I think that's why we went so long. So, yeah. I hope you had fun, Charlie. And
I had a lot of fun.
Had a lot of fun. Productive things. You definitely did something productive.
I got a video done, and I figured out what world I'm going to be jumping into to world build. So
awesome. Okay. Thank you so much, everybody that came and participated in the chat. And thanks to anybody who might watch the replay in the future. And all this very interesting talk about all the things was very, very cool. And that's cool, Miss Dahlia. And I need to watch more of your videos. I did watch something of hers about a week or so ago. That was really, really good. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Maggie. And yes, so I will see everybody later. And good night. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you. Have a good night. Bye.
Good night. Bye.